the elderly, and that shows the lack of subjective and intersubjective resources to deal with the painful aspects of care that would enable us to understand the moral continuum of the care ethics. Um, they're usually subversive when they are compared to traditional morality. And I will try to show this to you based on the work I did in Colombia. We had three semi-directive interviews divided into three parts. First of them, they spoke about their professional trajectory. Then we discussed what was presented by Amparo. And thirdly, I devoted the third part of my research to the reporting of important accounts. And I asked my interviewee to concentrate on the moments of their lives that was memorable and decisive to what they became thanks to their work. And I assume that they have a previous stories, the previous knowledge to talk about. And I spoke to someone I will call Danny, and the nurses I interviewed can be divided into two subgroups, and one of them works more, worries more about, is more concerned about the interpersonal care than the technicalities of the profession. They talk about care, they emphasize the aspect of care almost as if that care was a religion, but unlike them, Danny has a university degree, someone who is not submitted to the doctor's orders. According to her, the pandemic was an opportunity for nurses to discover their role as an autonomous role. And she said, 30 years ago, I couldn't think critically. I will not talk about the conditions and organization of work because we've talked lots about this, but I am going to share an image. And then I'll talk about this image. In Bogota, the capital of Colombia, not only are the people in Bogota cared for, but children who come from distant places and indigenous people. That was a pediatric hospital. And Danny, who works at that hospital, has to see indigenous children who have specific problems related to breathing that were consequences of the COVID. And children who come from the Amazon region especially. And on the left, I have a picture of the Amazon. A picture I took from the airplane when I was coming here yesterday. And Bogota is a city that is located in high altitude, so it has a very different climate. And the children come here, the families come here in a precarious situation, without money, without anything to work. They do not speak their native language. They didn't have any interpreting services to understand the indigenous language. The parents don't always come accompany their children because they have other children. So a very improvised system is implemented based on the solidarity. So a woman who does restoration says, I have 4 children who have no food. So Danny will donate clothes, will try to collect money somehow or anyhow. I won't explain what PSE in Colombia means, but basically there is a location of shelter. Some facts, important facts is, so Danny is was in doubt, and she said to save lives we had to do crazy things. She explained that in order to come from those remote areas, institutions invited children. They brought the children, excuse me, but they did not brought them back. And Yanni said, we never thought about sending the children back to their territory as a service system that was hired by the state. It was an occasion to find a refusal by institutions to deal with the corpses. However, the indigenous people didn't want the corpses to be cremated. They wanted to bring the corpses back to their land to be buried. And Danny said at a certain point she had 7 corpses that she couldn't bring back to the territory, and she had to organize herself to bring the corpses back to their territory, and she did it. And that system was based on donations by the deceased children's loved ones. So this work was done to stress the belonging of those children to the communities, and the communities weren't even on the map. And Danny said to me, well, they could have hired me to redo the map of Colombia because the communities are not even here, are not even on the map. And in this context, very sick children who are dislocated, who are sent to the urban areas, speaking a language that spoke a language they didn't know. Some of the family members wanted the shamans to perform the rituals, the correct rituals, because sometimes the parents didn't want doctors to touch the children without the permission or the celebrations, the rituals performed by the shaman. And so the shamans sent back some boxes with some earth and substances from the forest, some magic objects. So the forest invited itself to the very clean environment of the hospital, and the shaman sent some instructions to perform the rituals for healing before the healthcare professionals could touch them. So healthcare professionals started working together with the shamans, and the Western educated doctors who do not know anything about shamanic medicine they didn't know anything about that, and the shamans who know nothing about Western medicine work together. And that was the genius thing in this story. I would have so much more to tell you, and I will try to share the text with you. But this event, the ceremony, bestows political value to the ethic of care, which is the de-hierarchization of cultures through an agreement for life, which is done by two worlds, two forms of life, which expresses the power of Colombian citizens. That's a rare power, the rare agency to be found, but it's the power to unite and a fragmented world and connect the center and the remote areas of the country on the same level without denying the complexity of either one part or the other. That's what I wanted to say. If we consider a person as an individual, that's one thing. But if we think about a person as someone made up of relationships, that's a completely different thing. And that means respect will continue after the person dies. In other words, death does not mean the end of relationships, and that's why care can only be considered realized after the return of a deceased child to his or her territory. And the big mistake by the Western mentality is not considering this aspect. And I propose listening to the voices of healthcare professionals through which we can hear the echo of the people, of the voices of the people who are caring for others at communities. Thank you, Pascale. I will pass the floor to Bila to comment on the presentations. I would like to thank you for your invitation to participate in this session, which presents three very interesting and challenging texts for us to reflect on the topic of care. Pascale's and Amparo's researches discuss the work by healthcare workers, especially nursing in hospitals during the pandemic. And Natalie's research invites us to review the history of nursing from a decolonial perspective. These studies sharpen our analytical capacity about what is involved and what can be learned about care work from nursing practices, which during the pandemic has been what was daily and intensely exposed to death and suffering. As Amparo shows, the routine of hospital care was worsened by the lack of institutional resources to deal with the magnitude of the challenge. Added to this is the process of precarious occupation resulting from neoliberal reforms in Colombia. Healthcare workers in Colombia, therefore, had to face the health emergency in very precarious working conditions, with great physical and mental overload, and with extreme difficulty in combining paid work with unpaid domestic work. Pascale and Amparo emphasized that during the pandemic, the relational dimension of the profession overlapped with the technical dimension in nurses' work, moving away from the biomedical model, which, as Natalie shows, historically built the professional identity of nursing associated with white supremacy and colonial violence. The texts provide a very rich analysis of the moral choices that nurses had to make during the pandemic. Amparo shows that the pandemic led to the emergence of concerns and ethical sensitivities in many workers, which involved practices of caring for practices of care for themselves and others that went beyond the inventory of tasks and responsibilities prescribed for the occupation. Taking care of themselves has become a way of taking care of their families, communities, and patients. And caring for patients involved consoling family members, facilitating communication between them, promoting solidarity campaigns to meet the needs of relatives in terms of accommodation, food, and transport. The nurses created a support work collective to meet material and emotional needs and collectively work through suffering. Pascal argues that there is no technical act that is not simultaneously relational, such as, for instance, reassuring a person during the pause of an infusion. And on the other hand, no relational work in nursing is devoid of attention to clinical signs. In short, that disregards technical and medical knowledge.
De trabalho relacional e trabalho técnico, sem o devido reconhecimento social
that the interlacing of technical and relational work without due recognition of social and professional relation work produces a huge amount of problems, both physical and mental. Some surveys in Brazil have shown acute moral suffering of nurses when they are not able to deliver the level of care they felt they should. As Amparo has shown us in Colombia during the pandemic, this type of suffering was also very common. Some nurses considered emigrating to other countries due to the hardships they faced. And it is worth mentioning that one of the few countries that obtained a good outcome from the pandemic was the basic salary for nursing, which was approved by our houses of Congress in 2022. I think we said that in our morning meeting, and it is impossible to. I think in Brazil, there was actually a positive outcome of the pandemic because the need for change for the nursing profession was duly recognized. However, the migration flow has been supported by the government. Germany has established a technical cooperation agreement in 2022 and to aid the immigration of Brazilian nurses to Germany. We know that German nurses have high school level education and our nurses have BAs. So our nursing schools are producing high level professionals who are emigrating to Germany. Now, the second issue I want to mention has to do with ethnography, such as Pascale mentioned her interview with Nurse Dani, in which technical protocols were overcome to actually answer to the very real need to save their patient's life. There might be a contradiction or tension between technical protocols and care itself. Danny, during the pandemic, considered the beliefs and the practices of indigenous populations and suspended certain technical rulings that were determined by the technical board of the hospital. Pascale has said this required an ethical and pragmatic point of view in which it was needed, and I quote, to respect the other person's desire. I believe that Dani understood that it was more important to respect indigenous populations' rituals, even though that that led to a certain risk to other persons' lives. This was a dilemma. And how did she work with this dilemma? How do you bring the shaman and their practices within a hospital which is obeying very strict hygienic conditions? How did she do that? Because I believe that the idea of care itself demands dramatic choices. Bruna Mota Sanchez, she is in her doctorate studies, and she studied the moral dilemmas faced by Nurse Elema, who effects weekly visits in a slum in Rio de Janeiro. Dona Maria, aged over 80, in very, very precarious conditions with no basic sanitation, no power, lives. She is blind, her health is very frail, and she spends her day in a small and highly inadequate place, and she is highly dependent on the sporadic visits of her son Antonio, who sometimes visits her and locks her at home. And the neighbors say that Antonio her uses her mother's paychecks. Helena uses her own funds to feed Dona Maria, and she fears the consequences of bringing the police in because of the preponderance of drug trafficking in that area. She was facing an ethical dilemma. So the nurse took on herself the role of mediator of a whole host of unspoken rules. She reached out to the spoke about the situation that Dona Maria was facing, and she knew that the way the drug lords would not be involved, and this could mean serious consequences for Antonio. She found that there was no other thing she could do. So, duly authorized by the drug overlord, a representative of the neighborhood association broke the door down and brought Nurse Helena in the house, and she brought food to Dona Maria more than once. But she knew what was going to happen to Antonio. Even though she did not feel that Antonio was acting correctly, she did not want him to suffer. She was tugged in a tug of war, a moral paradox between Dona Maria's welfare and her son's welfare. And from that moment on, it was decided that the drug lords would use her stipend to buy Dona Maria's food. So what happened is that the nurse had to overcome abstract principles and other norms through improvisation, small gestures, and choices in her day-to-day life. The contexts that are characterized by extreme poverty and other situations pushes the frontiers between ethic and anti-ethical works are porous and maybe dilated. Dani shows us a concern regarding indigenous people's culture. Pascale recognizes that this is not obvious, neither is it the immediate outcome of a relational disposition regarding the other in their work. In this case, it depended largely on this nurse's background. Dani refers to her anthropological knowledge, which led her to recognize and respect differences. What was at stake here was Dani's sensitivity and other hospital works to cultural differences and the importance of adapting the services to the beliefs, values, and expectations of the other. This was achieved through empathy, education, and knowledge and anthropology, and certainly practical abilities of mediation between people, networks, and in public institutions towards the care of the indigenous patient. So I ask the question, the relationship between these so-called ethical contours of care, such as attention and responsibility towards the other, and intercultural responsibility that Dani brings, that gives due value to respect, understanding, and interaction between different cultures and ethnical groups. In other words, I believe that the idea of the ethics of care, at least the way that it's been considered, considers that care always produces virtuous consequences and that care is in itself virtuous. But as Pascale's research shows, the care that Dani is delivering is also interested in other values, including political values that determine the practice of care. The text that Natalie brought us gives us a review of nursing in Europe and North America, showing there was an alliance between doctors, hospital directors, and nurses, and members of the white elite against the midwife procession, which was mainly carried out by Black and indigenous, maybe sometimes immigrants, and were more representative of their communities that they worked with. I think this is very interesting because perhaps midwives are the most vulnerable link in the hierarchy of healthcare, even though they are recognized in our single healthcare system, obviously with severe limitations to their practices, but that they held a position of high prestige in communities and especially in places that are far from urban centers. These works show us very clearly that the ethics of care is always situational, contingent, social, and culturally referenced. If that is true, we might ask, to what length can we create protocols that formalize care? The three surveys are very stimulating, and they help us to continue investigating fruitfully on care and its ethical challenges. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Bila. Bom, foi realmente
Thank you, Bila.
provocativa.
This was really a very provocative and interesting discussion, and I'd like to know how long do we have now for questions and answers, and how do we proceed from now?
Tá bom, então ótimo. Então,
Okay.
sim, não, eu acredito que sim, né? Podemos ter 20 minutos de debate?
Can we have 20 minutes for questions and answers
com a
right now?
plateia?
Or for answering questions from our audience? Is that all right, 20 minutes?
E vou passar a plateia e depois passo para vocês. Bom, então eu vou abrir aqui, né?
So
Quem
I would like
gostaria
to
de
open the
começar?
floor for questions. Who
Intervir?
would like to ask the first
Eu acredito
question?
que não falte assunto.
I think there's lots to discuss.
Nádia?
Nadia,
Para ver se provoca a plateia para a gente começar a falar.
I want to provoke our audience
Eu
into
queria
discussion.
falar muito rapidamente.
I'd like to very quickly say that this discussion was excellent, and I think it brought to the fore a series of very important issues. Firstly, in terms of our project, we don't pay enough attention to the work the institutions do. And so this was one of the ways that we found to highlight the importance of care within the institutions. And I think as a research team, I think they do give satisfaction in that sense. And Natalie and Pascale, they were solo voices up to this point in time. Secondly, I think that you brought a mix of subjects to our discussion which help us push further than we normally do. When we start considering the dimension of the work of nursing in the discussion of what care is. So the frontier between what is institutional work, the frontier between what ethics of professional work and the moral conflicts, I think they're absolutely key issues when we are discussing care. And so we are looking at the institutional dimensioning while we also bring more data, bring more information. And I think that I feel truly gratified as to how far along we've moved. I think Bila's comment was absolutely wonderful.
Quem mais gostaria de falar?
Oh,
Lena?
does anyone else want to take the floor?
Você?
Leno?
Ana Bárbara?
Obrigada. Desculpa, não vou ficar no canto para não atrapalhar. Boa tarde.
I'll just scoot to the other side. I just wanted to say something about Bila's last point. To which point can we create technical protocols when there is a dimension of care that's involved? But this brings to mind something that Bila did not mention was our attempt during COVID to create a profession which we called carer, and our houses of Congress did not approve that. But the basic salary for nursing did approve. Yes, that was during the Bolsonaro government. Oh, so to establish protocols and therefore create rules that bind care itself. And the case that Bila mentioned of her student and the level of conflict and the dilemmas that may be created in societies which are so asymmetrical, which are so diverse, how do you decide what the protocol is? Who gets to decide? In her example, the drug lords ended up having to decide. It is very important. This is important. What level of institutionality can be held in a society in which the degree of exclusion, of informality is very, very high? Because if we want to create sets of rules, it might not be interesting to create an excess of rules. Thank you. Who else wants to say something? Marisa?
Desculpe que eu não vi a Ana Gilda.
Good afternoon. Oh, Ana Gilda, I'm sorry I didn't see you. Good afternoon. Once again, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ana Gilda. I'm Vice President of the Association of Carers of Elderly People with health issues and deficiencies of the state of Rio de Janeiro. I'm a social worker. I work with psychosocial attention in the CAPS network. I'm so happy with everything that was said. This really aligns with the issues that we fight for. And it seems to me that we're fighting for the same issues of women who are fighting against a chauvinist society in which women are considered not important. So I also work, I defend human rights. And the people who live in these slums, the favelas, and especially the boys who work in sales, we don't call them drug traffickers because they are also victims.
We are in a colloquium speaking about care rights and inequalities. If we think about it, I am a worker for the psychosocial assistant in Rio, and I worked on the edge of Rio, which is a very violent region where the police cannot go, and we don't say the same thing, we just don't say the same things. We don't use the same language. And another thing that we have to keep in mind is that in upper middle class regions in Rio, some elderly people are also abandoned, and we have to resort to healthcare and care institutions. But what is good to think about the healthcare is that whenever we work in healthcare, we work as part of a network. And whenever I perform an act of care, I will work for a family, because the family is in a situation, the entire family is in a situation of inequality. So it is good to think about the fact that whenever the government is not present, the public power is present, the parallel powers will take over. So be it the drug dealers, the young boys who work for traffic but who are not drug dealers themselves, or the evangelical churches that are actually sales people and the sellers of the faith.
To hear everything. I think my biggest reflection and thought from this roundtable are worries, actually, because as researchers, we are also asked to make a change in the world. I mean, for the most optimistic of us who believe that research can change the world. I just want to go back on one of the points that Natalie made on the professionalization and the risk that come with it. So one of the things we see in low-paid care work and domestic work is there is a tension between formalization and staying informal, which will bring progress and protection, but there's also tension around how we professionalize more and more, and then what it would mean to, for example, use care workers for domestic workers and so on. So that's the first thought I would like to raise about the risks of expanding categories and measures and so on. The second point is for Pascale, who was also saying and warning us about the risk of quantifying and measuring and having measures in institutions. Yes, wait. Yeah, my other question is for you, because you raised the alarm as well about the risk of... Je peux le faire en français si c'est plus facile. And so I think you raised the point of the risks of measuring and trying to quantify things, which is one thing I want to do with my work. And that's something that I've been asked in the past. What are the risks of measuring exploitation? Are we going to only take care of the worst, or are we going to take care of every single level? Because that's the risk. So these are more point of reflections for you, and I just wanted to have your opinions about us as researchers and potentially actors of change.
Ok, obrigada. Então, vou passar para a Marisa e depois eu vou voltar para a mesa.
Bom, boa tarde a todos. Parabéns à mesa pelas
I will pass the floor to Marisa and then to the panel. So congratulations for the presentations that are very important and complement one another. And I have something I want to share with you by another environment of care, which are the long permanent institutions for the elderly. We did some work for that. I'm a social worker. I work for and I am a professor of gerontology. And this collective, made up by more than 1,500 professionals, worked on the dimension of care, both from the from the more technical and direct point of view, where nurses and assistant nurses will work, and the importance of the caregivers for the elderly and people who need it, the ones who give care to the ones who need care. And at this work, we didn't have that many, our death rate was not as high among institutions, long permanence institutions for the elderly, and Brazil showed otherwise, that it was possible to do very good work, to perform very good work, both in terms of professionals and with the families as well. And the importance of the public powers to reach the places of care, and whenever it doesn't, when the public powers do not reach those places, how we can deal with the parallel powers. So we must think about all these dimensions in this relational role that is so important. Thank you, Marisa. And since you broached that subject, I would like to build up on what you said, and I would like to let you know that this work during the pandemic was absolutely key, not just in terms of establishing protocols, but in terms of the union of professionals and families, and it was an important mediator between the state and institutions for for providing financial resources, protection equipment, and other types of equipment and money. I will pass the floor to our presenters, starting from Pascale. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry once again, Natalie.
This has been such an it's only the first day, and already there's so much interesting data I'll be able to use coming back home to continue research. Yeah, okay. So, one thing, if we want protection, professionalization will not give us protection. Unions will give us protections, cooperatives or something like that, but never professional colleges. Professional college, officially their mandate is to protect the public from their members, not protect their members, ever. And remember always, if you want to professionalize, look at the job you're trying to professionalize right now. What does it look like? And remember, you are giving very few people a lot of power to decide who amongst these people can say that they do this job as a professional.
and you're setting very strict rules for the future as to who is allowed to call themselves a nurse. I just want to give a quick example. I am a registered nurse. I have a license, a paper that says legally I am a registered nurse. I'm a university professor. I have not done nursing in a very long time. But somebody who gives care to somebody else at home, who changes a bandage or who gives medication, they are not allowed to say they are doing nursing. I can say I'm a nurse, but not them. So that is what professionalization does. It gives a lot of privilege to very few people, and it excludes a lot of people from the privilege associated with a certain job. So if you want people to get paid for caring, don't professionalize it. Make sure that the care, all the care that exists, gets paid for, and that's much more efficient through unions than through professional associations who have too much power for very few people. And so also, finally, professional colleges are always delegated institutions from the state. So they are part of the state apparatus. So if you look at if there's changes in government, like we see now in many parts of the world, that also has an impact on professional colleges and the range of political action in which they can engage in, and also the way they repress their own members, because professional colleges also do discipline amongst the professionals that work on the front lines. And one last thing, I just wanted to touch on the idea that a lot of Brazilian nurses are going to Germany. I can't speak to what's happening in Germany, but Canada is one of the most unethical recruiters of nurses around the world. Canada aggressively recruits nurses from the Philippines, Cameroon, Algeria, Morocco, Brazil. So Canada says, come, we need nurses. But when you come to Canada, you cannot work as a nurse. You are a nurse, but you don't have your professional license. Therefore, you can never say, I am a nurse. Or they can give you a fine because you're saying, no, you don't have the Canadian license, so you cannot work as a nurse. So we have in Canada about almost 90,000 internationally educated nurses who do not have a professional license in Canada. And so tens of thousands of women who are nurses but cannot say they are nurses end up in other jobs than caring. So yes, emigrating was maybe easier, but working is very difficult in that professional system context. So it's just something to remember. You need proof, or you need guarantees that you will get your license and that there will be a way to get your license if you want to move. Because they talk a good game, but there's not much on the ground once you get there. There's a lot of restrictions to further stratify care work within an imperialist country like Canada.
Só minutinho. O ano passado, no jornal, apareceu, tanto no jornal como na Globo News.
Last year, we saw some news on television and on papers. Once again, Canada was, we read the news that Canada was recruiting 1,500 caregivers for the elderly to work in Canada. So keep in mind what Natalie said. Well, I would like to add something. Who expresses this ethical sensitivity and moral stand? It sounds like this attitude is a capacity by the people or professionals of nursing, but at least the work in Colombia showed us that the situation in other professions, both medical and non-medical professions, where this segregation by gender is confirmed, is that in medical professions, they were in worse conditions in comparison to nurses. They had shorter contracts, more precarious contracts, and they were fired after after COVID, and they have a lot of difficulty to. It's very hard for them, for these therapists, for instance, nutritionists, etc., that were fired after the COVID emergency. They did things that go beyond what is standardized. They must do something beyond the activities, and that's an ethical stance. And I would like for us to think of the profession of nurse and the nursing profession, not as a profession, you know, because that would stress that we who work in nursing are reducing the activity that we perform. We could think of the professionalization of the women health workers, for instance, in general, and recognize them in addition to the nurses, because at the hospitals, the chief nurse has to organize care. So they define there is a problem, what will be done, and who will be done it, including during the pandemic, the nurses told doctors, this is what you should do, like this and like that, and these are the protocols. But for other professions, including medical professions, and I would like to insist on the situation of medical professions, because the metaphor of the expert doctors, that all doctors are men, that they're all specialized, but there are many women doctors and who are general practitioners, and whenever they become specialists, they are specialized in psychiatry or family medicine. But the chief nurses and there is a big distance between the chief nurses and the non-professional nurses, because the ones who have university degree tell the ones who have a technical degree, you've got to do this and that, and the workload can be too much. So maybe we should leave behind a title and think about the functions and the dedication, the kind of performance. Otherwise, we will leave out a large number of women who do the same thing but who are not nurses per se. Now, I will pass the floor to Pascale, finally. I will answer.
Je vais répondre aux questions, mais avant de répondre aux questions, je vais quand même dire.
I will answer the questions now, but before that, I would like to let you know what is the most important thing for me. Thanks to the power of care and the power of the power of energy, the light which is going on and off. So, as I was saying, thanks to what is shown through ethics in care, it was possible to restore something to a country which is absolutely fragmented, and this is something that must be outlined. First thing. Second thing is something that works like a magnifying glass. Nobody is a body offered to medicine, period, because the vitality of any person cannot be read in a way that withdraws that person from their relations. You mentioned racism, for instance. It's not enough to know the needs of a child without knowing the cultural and relational connections that the child has. In terms of the questions asked, for many people, economists ask me to measure things, and I tell them, that's your problem. I am always talking about things that can't be measured. There are things in my work that cannot be measured, and I state, based on my work with healthcare professionals for 30 years, I will say that this is the most important thing. I've never said a measurement is good for nothing. I'll give you an example. At a hospital, a service was realized that many prosthetics were unnecessary, and that was a situation which was measured. But healthcare professionals realized that no research was made, but just a realization. They said, well, we will have to stop spending that.
At a certain point in time, they started telling the patients, no, we don't have any prostheses, and people were no longer had any access to these goods. And now people are confused. So if we only rely on measurements, we're going to end up in a situation which is so absurd. Of course, healthcare workers need protocols because they give you a way forward and they give you a framework. But they're not music score. It is something that needs interpretation, and interpretation according to the context, to the situation they are taken in. If we ignore the importance of interpreting these protocols, we're going to bump into huge problems when we run across the first protocol that makes no sense. And secondly, a question about Dani. I don't think that bringing in a bunch of leaves and some earth within a medical context, I don't think it's dangerous in itself. It's just really rare. I don't think she took on any risk to herself or to the people she was working with.
Bom, gente, então vamos encerrar aqui.
Okay, everyone, I'd just like to make a few points and wrap up here today. I'd like to firstly thank you for the privilege of mediating this panel and having had these brilliant, brilliant expositions. Thank you so much. I learned so much. Thank you.
Eu vou dar uma notícia triste. Nós vamos.
I'm going to give you some sad news. We are going to go. We're not going to take any break. We're going to go directly. There's a coffee break in the next room.
Recording stopped.
Because why do we need to do that? It's because we have a distance lecture at 6 p.m. So we need to make sure that the session from 4 to 5:30 runs as smoothly as possible. So we will be starting our next session from 5:30. So the coffee break is served. We're only going to take a few minutes break, and we're going to move straight to our next panel.
¿Eres tú? La... Sí, 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 la...
Podemos começar, pessoal?
Boa tarde a todas as pessoas. Tudo bem? Boa Tá bom, só deixa. Boa tarde, gente. Boa tarde, todo mundo. É com muita alegria que eu gostaria de dar início à terceira sessão do colóquio. Aproveito para agradecer ao convite da professora Nádia, para estar aqui coordenando essa mesa. Eu sou Ana Bárbara Araújo, sou professora da UFRN e vou coordenar hoje, tendo essa difícil missão de controlar o tempo dos colegas, mas vou com muita alegria coordenar essa mesa intitulada Plataformas e Trabalhadoras do Cuidado, Novos Horizontes na Prestação de Serviços de Cuidado. A gente vai ter 3 apresentações. A primeira delas, Plataformas Digitais de Trabajo Doméstico e de Cuidado, uma cartografia latino-americana, que será apresentado por Francisca Pereira, que é professora assistente do Instituto de Ciências Sociais da Universidade de General Sarmiento, na Argentina, e leciona Sociologia e Questões Socioeconômicas Contemporâneas. A pesquisa de Francisca está focada em gênero, mercado de trabalho e políticas de cuidado. Esse trabalho também é coautorado pela Lorena Poblet, que é doutora em Sociologia pela École de Haute Étude en Sciences Sociales e é pesquisadora do Instituto de Desenvolvimento Econômico e Social, CONICET, também na Argentina. Pesquisa reformas regulatórias sobre o trabalho doméstico na América Latina, entre outros temas. Também teremos a apresentação intitulada Plataformas e Trabalhadoras do Cuidado no Brasil, níveis de controle, custo e oportunidade em um contexto heterogêneo. Esse trabalho será apresentado pela Maria Júlia Tavares Pereira, que é doutoranda em Sociologia na Universidade Estadual de Campinas, Unicamp, aqui no Brasil, e é integrante da rede CUID, Cuidado, Direitos e Desigualdades. Tem como coautoras e coautor a Fabiana de Oliveira Benedito, que é doutoranda em Comunicação e Cultura Contemporânea na Universidade Federal da Bahia.
Undertaking her doctorate in the University of Bahia, Douglas Alexandre Silva, who is taking his doctorate in the University of São Paulo and a research assistant in the Who Cares project and also part of the Quidget network, and Renata Moreno, who holds a doctorate in sociology from USP, and she's part of SAFI, the Sempre Viva feminist organization, and who currently researches platforms. Our third presentation focuses on how platforms structure unequal access to employment opportunities in paid domestic work, a comparison of 2 online marketplaces in France and Brazil, which will be presented by Professor Lea Lima, who will be joining us virtually, who has already joined us virtually. She's a professor of sociology in the National Conservatory of Arts and Crafts in Paris and a researcher of LISI. She's a senior member of the Who Cares project and coordinates the thematic axis of work platforms. Nadia is also co-author, and Olivier Pont, who's also a professor at CNAM, Paris, as And we will also have Professor Christian Zaiz, a honorary sociology professor in the National Conservatory of Arts and Crafts in Paris. He was a professor of the Jules Verne Picardie University and in other universities, including Brazil, and he has coordinated international academic cooperation projects, who has also published on the gray zone of work, of informality in the job market. So I would like to invite Francisca Pereira to take the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you once again to the organizers for the invitation to speak to you today. And I'm going to set a timer running because I want to make sure I stay on time. The work I'll be presenting today is a work that has just started out. It's an attempt to present a cartography of the domestic care work and a first attempt to classify how different platforms in Latin America take part in the job market. As we all know, in Latin America, housework and care are very important. As was said in this morning, in our region is the place of our Americas which has the most issues with Convention 189 of the ILO. We still have a long way to go. And there is no doubt that the main challenge we face to actually accede to these rights is the high levels of informality. Most workers in our areas do not have formal work relationships. In this context, we can see that digital intermediaries are growing, which has led us to question what are the effects of this in the protection of healthcare workers. So our questions that come up in this first part of this research relate to what are the implications that arise from digital platforms for domestic and care work in Latin America, in terms of work formalization, in terms of job security and benefits. We always have a question, how can we understand these platforms and how do they relate to the people who render these services? The work that we're going to be discussing today may yet need a few additional information. We have focused on 60 platforms in the region, and the methodology we use is the one that is normally used, such as keyword, it's always based on literature and so on. I know that you can't exactly read this screen. It's just to give us a way forward. We're not going to delve into that.
Por un lado, no son categorías nuevas, porque ya existen algunas taxonomías que están dando vuelta en la literatura.
On the one hand, we're not speaking about new categories. Some categories are consecrated in literature, so we worked with existing categories and we readapted them and reorganized them to try to portray what we have in Latin America. So we needed to firstly determine the criteria, and we looked at the relationship between digital platforms and workers, and what are the consequences for social protections. That is why we can see that there is a bar which goes from red to green, where red means precarious work situations, and green means non-precarious work situations. So firstly, the first type of platforms, they're called on-demand platforms. This category is described in literature. It is the one that is closest to what we have, which is closest to the most important work platforms that is related to other types of platforms such as transportation platforms, platforms that use words such as collaborator or associate, which are euphemistic names in which work is delivered either on a weekly or monthly basis. It's very important to say that this type of platform is very important for intermediary purposes. It intermediates payments between workers and homes. And of course, this type of intervention shows the tyranny
con un monitoreo y un seguimiento muy intensivo, con evaluaciones que impactan en términos de
with very intensive evaluations with impact in terms of commissions and decommissions for these workers. It is very important to show you that in Brazil that there's a concentration which has to do with the person of the day worker in Brazil. A person who works 8 hours for the same employer at least 2 times a week. And these platforms are based on this, and you can see that some of the platforms we see on screen refer directly to housework, these daily on-demand house workers. It also suggests that there is a type of work relation. So the platform communicates with the workforce and pays them as well. So possibly this really contributes to worsen precarious work. There is a second type of platforms which are the digital intermediaries. This is the closest to a traditional agencies, which uses algorithms to connect offer and demand. There are elements there are digital elements that change what traditional agencies are normally considered as doing. There are several types that we identified. And when the platform connects offer and demand, we're speaking about a continuum in work conditions. There is yet a third type which intervenes in digital matching and recruitment. And this hosts over a third of the largest number of platforms within this subtype, over 1/3. Now, in this category, we see the type of intervention which is the most comfortable because it respects, in a certain sense, the relationship between workers and employers and fosters this relationship. In the first subtype of intermediation, that is registered, we can see the marketplace type platform.
The marketplace works as a job agency, matching supply and demand, and workers usually pay to enter that space and to use that service, and whenever they find a concrete job, nobody can guarantee they will have that job. That's a recurring problem. And they are bringing most of the users to the space, and in that sense, they do not intervene a lot in the connection process. And the users are the ones who do all the work. They build their own profile, they upload photos, they find references, they decide how much they want to make. And this Sidley, which is a company from the Holland, from the Netherlands, works in Europe as well. Secondly, for mediation, the platforms that do the digital matching, and they are more similar to the traditional job agencies. And the difference between this one and the marketplace is that they emphasize quality in terms of instead of quantity. It's important to say that under this scheme, only the employers pay for the search, and the employees do not pay for anything. In terms of problems, the most common ones are the emphasis in the verified workers. Very often there is an overexposure of the worker, things that can foster discrimination. And another issue that is pointed out is that because the workers, they think they are frustrated in their expectations in terms of believing that they will be cared for by the platform, and they're not. And additionally, they find services to manage the hiring process. And in this platform, the important thing is the demand, the offering, they ask for the employers to pay for Social Security, and they have to pay from their banking account. And there are some cases using that platforms, offering these services, finding registry of 44% paid via platform and 20% extra. So in this platform, there is a predisposition of more formalization. So we needed to do more research, interview employers to get to know their profile outside the platform. I also wanted to comment on the possibility of a cooperative, which demands for, which asks for employees to be hired and registered with proper paperwork. And this is the last one, and I will finish. The last slide. The platforms that work as direct platforms with employers. This is really interesting because it works in everyday life in a way that is very similar to the other platforms, but the difference is that this employee is registered and has social security. Most of them are concentrated in Colombia because, and why? Once again, because we have legislation. In 2013, it was decided that they could pay for taxes, pay low taxes compared to other jobs. And I believe many platforms that worked on demand decided to hire workers at low cost without establishing a bureaucratic process that would create a connection between the employer and the employee. I will go to the conclusion remarks. Why is it so important to advance in the study of all those possible variations of digital mediation in the sector? Because it is becoming more and more common, and we need regulation for it. And we must have a national, an international convention to establish that this type of sector is undergoing different being invisibilized. And I conclude, and I'm at your disposal for any questions that you would like to ask. Thank you very much, Francisca. I will pass the floor to Maria Julia.
Oi, me escutam bem?
Hello.
Oi, gente, boa tarde. Bom,
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maria Julia. I will present a paper whose title is Platforms and Care Workers in Brazil, Levels of Control, Cost and Opportunity in a Heterogeneous Context, authored by myself and Fabi, who is watching us from Canada, Douglas, who is here, and Chica. And I would like to thank the members of the project, Nadia, and the members of the organizing committee who prepared these 3 days of colloquium for us, and the workers who gave us the condition to be here. This paper is the result of an effort that started at the end of 2022, reviewing bibliographies on platforms for care work in Brazil and other papers that had provisional or temporary results of research in Brazil, and based on our own individual research as well. And our goal here today is to present some results that we have for this, that we yielded from this paper. And the main issue is to analyze the relationship between care workers and 5 platform companies that are present in Brazil, and we worked with 5 platforms. I listed this style of family. When I talk about Get Ninjas, is direct and indirect care, because this is a general service platform. We can hire translators, gardeners, nannies, and cleaning workers, and also the people, the type of people who were interviewed by us. And we decided to start from the modus operandi by these platforms, and the relationship between the workers and the way the platforms work was our guide to understand the platforms of care services in Brazil. In terms of the previous work, we understand that this is the comparison among various platforms, just not just one or two, and the number of interviews we have for this debate. Here I have the amount of the number of interviews for each one of the platforms, 34 in-depth interviews, most of them online and some of them in person, in between the years of 2022 and 2025. And we, Fabi analyzed the results. We did some analysis of the websites and social medias that the platforms offered. As a brief overview, I will talk about the labor strategies by workers, trying to show what leads them to seek the platforms and what makes them stay there. Then I would like to compare the modus operandi of the platforms there and to compare and contrast them. A word that's been used in a previous session here, which is an interesting word to analyze the work by those platforms in Brazil, is heterogeneity. So comparing that with the experience by the workers who interact with these models. Finally, I bring some questions that aim at becoming an agenda for research. I'm sorry for the amount of text. I don't know how to prepare slide presentations yet. So the workers that use the platforms are characterized by typically feminine and historically precarious work. So in the case of the diaristas, the workers per day, are usually domestic workers, cleaning ladies, and this change from a registered worker and a worker per day was also mentioned. Some of those people care for the elderly, possibly because of not having higher education. Unemployment was something that led them to access the platform, but also the decision of leaving jobs that they considered very exploitative, such as telemarketing operators, call center operators. So they wanted to leave that occupation, and that led them to seek the platforms. And going back to the job market after a long period away from the job market was another reason for them to resort to the platforms. They also have worked with care previously, like caring for an ill or elderly family member or doing cleaning. The most common way of getting to know these companies are by recommendation of friends. And the question, we asked the question that was very important about how the platforms answer to their expectations, respond to their expectations. So, like a worker who worked for call centers, do they find a way of working with more freedom and more well paid? That's one of the reasons that most of them gave us. And the interviewees say that they remain on the platforms that work well. And in terms of why they use the platform, they mention how easy it is to access the positions in one single place. And they highlight the automatization of the process. We listened to interviews and and people saying, oh, it's very easy. I accept a job and then I see Google Maps to find the client's house, for instance. Among the cleaning ladies, that is a possibility of having more impersonal, a more impersonal relationship with the families. They do not want to be seen as a familiar worker. And the power relations, however, the power relations between the workers and the clients are not distinguished, and sometimes they are even embedded in the platform. We highlight that the interviewed workers want to manage their own survival through various strategies, and the platforms are one of those strategies. Based on our data, we were able to better understand how the platforms work and the impacts of their working, their model of functioning to the workers. Again, we will talk about the similarities in the platforms based on the interviews. The platforms build and present their own self-image that they project as important players in this sector of digital mediation and care work. And the platforms also build narratives based on different aspects in relation to other companies and intermediary agencies such as agencies. The platforms usually charge a monthly fee by the workers to access the job positions. They tend to have an evaluation or an assessment system, but the workers themselves will accept the offers directed to them or not, depending on the model of the platform. Some of the differences are that they have different types and levels of control identified, especially in terms of the service rendering by workers at households. So the degree of independence for the workers to accept those jobs are limited. This limitation will be compared to the self-management. So this limitation is opposite to the so-called private jobs that they find via recommendation or Facebook and Instagram, which are two types of media that they use to find work. And those impressions are seen differently, are experienced differently, depending on the degree of intimacy. The dependence on the workers varies according to how the platform mobilizes them. So, for instance, temporary banning or exclusion from the platform. And this point must be highlighted because it's not addressed by the literature on the work by platforms. So one example is that Parafuso mobilizes the evaluation system to categorize the workers as gold, silver, or bronze, which gives them benefits depending on the category. But at Odete, that does not guarantee any advantage or disadvantage to them. So based on one of the differences is the dependence of workers to make decisions. So the diaristas, the cleaning ladies or the attendant ninjas negotiate with clients directly via WhatsApp, and their individual preferences prevail in this case. Of course, we have other problematic issues, but I'm talking about one specific question here.
Now, the rules of these platforms and the ways these workers interact with the platforms depend on the platform and on the worker's goal. So either they want to fill in gaps in their work days, and their levels of dependence also is different. They normally calculate the pros and cons of staying in a given platform or enrolling in a new one. Now, when you look at pros and cons and the interaction of different types of control, leads workers to build their strategies. All of the people we interviewed, whenever asked, they said they do not accept no matter what. When they are able to negotiate prices and conditions, they do not decrease the value of their services because they want more chances of delivering these services. When the platform punishes the workers can refer to the platform itself whenever there is an issue with a client. For example, Parafuso has a series of manuals that says, for example, when the client asks them to clean, let's say, inside cupboards, and that is not in the manuals, the worker can refer to the Parafuso manual to justify their choice. So in this paper, we reaffirm something that we've been discussing within the project for a while. That is the wide diversity of institutions in this category. There is a huge variety of ways of working in these platforms, and this leads to a variety of experiences for the workers based on their own needs and expectations. And based on this, we were able to determine the complexity of these analyses. And to wrap up, I brought up 3 issues based on our debate. Firstly, building or establishing a category of these institutions, as Francisca mentioned before. Secondly, the type of platform, and lastly, mapping the profiles and perceptions of the clients who use these platforms and what leads them to use these platforms, to see the other side of this market of intermediation. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria Julia. And now we'll move on to Leia Lima's presentation. I am truly more than sad not to be with you today. and I'm happy to share the intellectual excitement of this final conference in person. But I wanted to at least take advantage of the discussions in this session, which focuses on platforms. I salute and thank all of my colleagues, starting with Nadia, for organizing this event and the program, which is worthy of the work which has been accomplished over the last 3 years. I also want to thank Christian for his spirited debate and participation. I will present the fruit of the work here. That was a partnership between the French and the Brazilian teams within the platform group of the Who Cares project, and which brought together Nadia Guimarães, Olivier Pons, and myself. This work is ongoing, and it opens a certain number of questions which will lead to further debate. Within this working group, we have taken note of the very significant development, particularly at the time of the COVID crisis, of personal service platforms, whether for care works, strictly speaking, or for cleaning services. The question we need to ask regards the role of these online care work intermediaries in the labor market, and more particularly in structuring inequalities in access to employment and work for female workers.
Donc, il a fait l'hypothèse que les sites qui se présentent comme des marketplaces.
We work from the hypothesis that sites which present themselves as marketplaces, that is to say, simple showcases of worker profiles, are not neutral. They are showcases.
Les plateformes et les travailleuses, et d'autre part, il y a plus de management algorithmique qui est développé par ces plateformes.
Through the design of the platform, the algorithm, the structuring of this profile base, these marketplaces are sometimes paid, and they influence the choice of the customers, and we can debate that. We tested this hypothesis. Well, once again, these are not neutral sites, once again. The design of the platform, the way their profile bases are structured, their affirmations, these sites, in fact, influence the customer choice process. So this creates a system of selection in the workplace, in the marketplace. We tested this hypothesis comparing 2 marketplaces, one in France, which is called Eiffel, and the other in Brazil called Sampa. We analyzed their design and their respective architecture from a symbolic and from a semiotic perspective. From then on, we used computer programming techniques. We scraped their database of profiles from platform, the French platform, which is called Eiffel, and the one in Brazil. Scraping is a technique for extracting public data from a website. This allowed us to obtain an exhaustive database of 1,454 profiles for Eiffel and 201 profiles for Sampa, with individual characteristics for each profile, which are requested and collected by the platforms themselves. The work was done in two separate stages. In the first stage, the question was, how does each platform organize competition between domestic workers in their marketplace? Secondly, what information has each platform chosen to highlight to enable comparison between workers from the point of view of the client? The second step then was evaluating to what extent the individual characteristics that were highlighted by each online marketplace are really decisive in the effective selection of workers on a given platform. Are these characteristics, these features in those that really increase the chances of finding work on that given platform?
C'est que les deux plateformes qu'on a investiguées.
So what we can glean from this work is that in both platforms, they converge in adding a lot of importance to emotional competences. It is the selfie, the profile picture, and a personal presentation, a short bio. These two elements individualize these candidates and try to convey the workers' personalities. Each site search refers to a number. So each profile summary thumbnail presents 3 pieces of information, especially on the French platform, on IFEL.
Les photos peuvent être personnalisées, notamment en donnant plein d'heures de champ. Donc, on voit le décor.
When they register on IFEL, workers.
Deuxième élément aussi qu'on trouve sur les deux plateformes, c'est le texte de présentation de soi, de self-marketing.
The second important issue is their personal presentation text, which is mandatory on SAMPA, even though it might not come up along the miniatures, the thumbnails. When you are searching, maybe the self-introduction text, it might not come up. So for each search for workers, the candidate pool will be presented in the form of a collection of vignettes placed side by side with a very homogeneous structure. In both platforms, the photos of the workers occupy a central place, and the self-introduction test is a mandatory requirement for registration on the SAMPA place. The structure of these self-portraits is quite similar to that on the French side, which reproduces the structure of an exchange with a presumed employer. And now we're going to speak about the differences between platforms regarding the information that they select. The French platform stands out, is different from the Brazilian platform because it gives a lot more attention to objectification and reporting of know-how in a standardized and conventional format. Each profile summary thumbnail presents 3 pieces of information that are not included on the SAMPA site: age, number of years of experience, and the hourly rate at which the worker offers his or her services. This last information stands out because its font size is larger than the rest of the text, and it comes up in a different color. When they register on IFEL, the French workers are offered by default the conventional minimum wage rate for the industry, and in fact, over 30% of them do not adhere to this rate. The indication of the hourly wage, therefore, has a paradoxical effect. On the one hand, it makes the platform an agent of labor market regulation because it technically forces employers to apply the legislation on minimum wages. And on the other hand, it establishes price competition at rates above the minimum wage.
Récemment opté pour une place de marché du travail référentiel, dans lequel les indicateurs de
qualité. The creator of the SAMPA site recently opted for a self-referential labor marketplace in which workforce quality indicators are derived solely from activity on their platform. For each profile, the platform generates and aggregates information from from interaction between workers and customers on their platform. Now, much more than IFO, the SAMPA social technical system exploits and transforms the traces of platform users to configure its marketplace dynamically. In fact, the 5 quality indicators of workers displayed on the sticker are: firstly, the number of missions or services that were delivered via the platform, the number of customer recommendations, the number of household tips posted by the worker on the platform, the quality of their mean evaluations by the platform, and the number of points acquired on the platform. Among these 5 evaluation categories, 2 of them, which are recommendations and stars, result from evaluations of workers by third-party users of the platform, to whom a de facto management function and management power is assigned. This organization of a self-referential employment marketplace constitutes a loyalty strategy for workers who are encouraged to have their activity registered by the platform to increase the number of missions. Once registered on the marketplaces, both workers enter into competition for access to work. Among the workers who opened an account, many haven't landed any assignments and have never worked using the platform. The IFO platform is much more selective than the SAMPA platform. 12% IFO as compared to 28.5%, which have been effectively assigned. We looked at the subpopulation of workers who have actually worked on each of the platforms to understand how they differ from those who have never worked there.
Les travailleuses occupées de la plateforme IFEL, vous voyez le tableau un peu qui décrit
employment for each of the two platforms to relate the determinants of access to employment with the selection criteria that their marketplace professionals have put forward. Employed workers on the IFL platform generally report more professional experience and are slightly older than the registered population at large. However, these two pieces of information are largely emphasized by the editorial formatting of the site itself. Other criteria, which are not highlighted by the platform while being relatively detailed, seem to play an important role in the practical selection of profiles by clients. Thus, although the languages spoken are not highlighted information in the profile vignettes, the population of employed Parisian workers stands out from the total population of registered Parisians because of their higher mastery of French. 74% compared to 60% of the general population that is registered as French as a mother tongue, and 38 of which have French as their mother tongue in the population of employed workers if compared to 35% overall.
Les travailleuses domestiques employées sur la plateforme sont. Donc là,
this table shows us the domestic workers that are hired on both platforms. These are the determinant characteristics, such as the average number of points or evaluations, which are higher. The average daily rates as well.
Il y a une proximité, hein, le technique va ici chez des travailleurs domestiques qui ont travaillé est très proche de celui de l'ancien. Je termine. Ce qu'on peut dire, c'est que.
And just to wrap up, I would like to say in conclusion that the online marketplaces, they organize competition for employment through the material and semiotic design of the website. I'm sorry, the booth is, the incoming audio is very poor in quality. So online marketplaces organize competition for employment through the material and semiotic design of the website and the management of information on workers and their visibility. The sector effect. Workers are induced to expose themselves to intimacy and personality. In both cases, but we can also say that the clients seem to have a certain level of autonomy in selecting their profile, the profiles of the workers. The choice of platforms does have a real impact on selection. The length of experience highlighted by IFL has a significant impact on the chances of finding work on the platform. I'm sorry, the translator apologizes. The audio quality is very poor and translation has become, is not feasible at the moment.
E agora passamos para os comentários do professor Christian.
Now we will pass on to the comments by Professor Christian. In the state of Paraíba, it's Christian. That is how they pronounce my name.
Tá bom assim?
Does it sound good?
Mais perto? Assim?
Closer? Closer?
Ainda?
Still too far? Do I sound good like this? Is the volume okay? Well, first of all, I would like to thank Nadia and Leah for the invitation to come here to make some comments. I've never worked on the issue of care. In other words, I hope not to disappoint you too much with the comments I will make after the my reading of the 3 papers. I will position myself here. I will speak as a sociologist of work, and my reading of the papers is marked by this bias. The reason for the invitation, I guess, comes from the fact that together with Sibeli Hizek, who is present here, we are coordinating another project that we will finish in October, named Reasons for the Regulation, the comparison between France and Brazil. And here we look at the drivers, application driver, not to mention that thing, that platform, and food delivery workers who move on the bike, and I will not mention that company. I will speak about Sampa and Paris, mentioning the classic forms of precariousness and informality, and looking at this emerging figure who is the platform worker, mobilizing the heuristic approach that we've been working on for over 10 years, which is the approach of the gray areas that have to do with the alternative regulatory dynamics, which is more or less stable, less rather than more, and whose scope is unknown a priori. And I saw some elements in the papers that could be used to feed our discussion. This uncertainty or undetermination, which is one of the 3 central points, core points, like instability, non-determination, and I always forget the third one, are the features that characterize what we call the gray areas. Focusing on the fact that we are facing processes that are complex and uncertain. In that sense, I would like to ask, since that was Nadia's request to me, I would like to ask a few questions, mainly the deinstitutionalization which is present in your work, not relative to the 2 marketplaces that you've been studying, but in speaking in general about employment. The question I'll ask myself here, in terms of the term deinstitutionalization of jobs, of employment, is not satisfactory. That's what comes to my mind now. It's not or it's not central to look at the employment relationships or employment relations as stated in the papers. In terms of employment relations, I am more prone to use what Martine Rabou says in terms of rapport social du travail, which is a lot more encompassing, and it does not come together with, it does not come bathed in this French kind of obnoxiousness, so to speak. In terms of institutionalization, that term does not apply to the complexity of what is being studied in France, in Brazil, and Argentina, I guess. The larger study that Lorena and her colleague are conducting, it seems to me that the term used by two colleagues, Marie-Christine Bureau and Patrick Duel, who are the ones who took about decoherence, not incoherence, but decoherence is more adequate to talk about the disintegration of some institutions and norms that do not deal with reality, do not encompass reality anymore. And that is also, this is a way of evasion by players to bypass the existing legislations and norms and the discrepancy between categories and practices, leading to the systemic failure or questioning that is repeated in terms of regulation.
Ponto de encontro com a nossa pesquisa,
the intersection point with Sibeli, with my research, mine and Sibeli's research, is the halo. The halos are the collateral effects that a decision may have. For instance, a guy who's unemployed is the factor that this guy is unemployed will have a consequence on his family and other consequences that are unforeseen. This is all to say, and this is not exactly a criticism, but it sounds to me like in your work, Nadia, and in Leah's work, the political dimension is a bit absent. It's not a criticism. This is something I say because I want to understand the functioning of these two platforms among stakeholders.
O interesse marcado pela importância da intermediação.
The interest in the importance of differentiation, which enable us to differentiate the web-based and location-based platforms. And the two platforms studied are more location-based. That turn the public space into a core element, and in the case of care, it's more related related to the domestic space. And I'm not an expert in care, so I don't know. I just remembered an article that your colleague Alda Motta wrote in 1986, and the title of that paper was The Impossible Relation. So the treatment, the way the domestic workers were treated in the state of Ceará, or in Bahia, I'm sorry, I'm confusing the two states, and that outlined a few things we've known for a long time. The way employers or domestic workers are treated by their employers, usually the ladies, the way the ladies treat them, so to speak. Now, regarding the Lena's work, we know that the digital platforms for domestic work are growing.
Dessas três categorias que são bem...
And out of these three categories, which are very interesting,
gostaria de saber por que
I would like to ask you why you disregard the direct and indirect, the issue of direct and indirect care right at the beginning of your paper as a way to read domestic work.
Não verifiquei o tempo, viu, Ana?
I haven't checked on the time, Anna. I'm not keeping track. Oh, the comments I will make are based on your paper, Francisco, regarding the politics of the platforms and the changes in the business scheme. What do we perceive looking at these platforms? It's that we've completely changed the level. We're no longer dealing with companies that have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 workers, but we're dealing with companies that have 300,000, 500,000, 1 million operators who are not workers, who can't be deemed as workers. That's an essential point in this change in category of these companies, these platforms.
From
the theoretical point of view, it seems to me that the categories we used to use for this work, for instance, are no longer useful, and we have to invent new categories to grasp these new configurations of the labor world today. I use the term displacement. Déplacement in French, or in other words, displacement. We've got to look at reality, in other words, looking at what we're studying from another point, another position, and that reminds me of a French anthropologist, Jacques Sayag, who speaks about the points of view according to the glasses and the lenses you wear. You will have different interpretations of the same phenomenon. actually completely different interpretations. And this comment I just made can apply to the three papers that were presented. Additionally, in terms of control and subordination, which is concerning in the case of platforms, and it's a research element for a labor sociologist or a sociologist of work. The idea that numeric platforms are a source of greater precariousness, of more precarious work. I would like for you to clarify what kind of platform, maybe for web-based platforms, but for location-based, it's not a rule.
Audio is on now. Did you hear that? Nod your head if you heard it. Yes.
What's going on here?
Okay.
The thing is, you have 5 more minutes.
Vou passar.
Okay, I will.
Eu tô meio perdido agora aqui.
I'm kind of lost now.
Mas eu vou tentar
fazer
as considerações finais sobre essa.
I'll try to make some conclusion remarks on the work that was presented to me. The narratives by the companies. Oh, what I meant came back to me. What I meant to say came back to me. And it's regarding social protection and salaries. In Brazil, it's the so-called CLT, the labor legislation. Whenever we interview drivers, it is very clear that they are kind of, they have a kind of they have a kind of rejection towards the legislation, and because they're very poorly qualified, whenever they access the labor market, they cannot get salary, a higher salary, and they will just make a minimum wage. And I am going forward here. And there is an issue here of triangulation, and it's important, and it shows that in the relationship between the platform, the client, and the worker,
uma série de dados que não são
some data that are not supplied. In other words, some data is hidden, and that empowers the platform and makes their power based on personal data that they get from the drivers or care workers.
So the issue here is an issue of triangulation and information asymmetries. And the issue of informational asymmetries is where the platforms make their profits, because all of them started off as startups, and they have now become the behemoths we know. and there's something that came to mind is the very notion of work that is stopped, and this might be an interesting notion. Why? Because of this work that is prevented, it relates to the symmetries in the platforms that really drives workers towards dependence on the whims of these platforms. I apologize for the quite rather very messy presentation, but these are some observations that I really wished to make.
Muito obrigada, Cristian.
Thank you, Christian. And now I would like to ask Nadia whether we have enough time for 2 or 3 questions, or should I ask the speakers to take the floor back? Right.
Tá ótimo. Então, seguindo a ordem.
So, 3 minutes for each one. Firstly, Francisca.
Traté de rescatar algunos de los interrogantes que percibí que eran para nuestro trabajo, pero no estoy segura si
So there are some questions that I felt were present in our work, but I don't know if I really understood. Regarding the question on the region of refusing the relationship between direct and indirect work, it's not really clear to me. We worked with a list of platforms that deal with direct work and others that deal with cleaning. So where is the refusal for establishing a difference between direct and indirect work? Because I'd have to understand what you meant here. It's not too clear.
Sería una grade de lectura, pero que no va esa, y después vuelven con la historia del control del cuidado directo y cuidado indirecto, que me parece
you mention a sense or a rhythm to reading, but then you go back to direct and indirect work. So, oh yes, I apologize. So we could delve deeper into the difference between the 2 types of platform. Was that it? As if the differences were categories of organization. Okay, I'll write that down. And very quickly, I'd like to answer on the issue of refusal of paid work by Uber workers. We were really shocked by that because they were having their incomes were much higher than the minimum national wage. So we were really shocked. Most of them were Venezuelan migrants in a horrible situation, but I think we should focus on that. We simply should listen to the workers, keep our distance, and understand. Because if these people are in an accident, for example, they have no social protection whatsoever. And we need to look at public policies and see whether it's possible. We can't simply do what the workers say is more convenient in troubled times. I also have a few issues with flexibilization as seen in Europe. I think in Latin America, our labor market is very vulnerable already, so this might shift it further and maybe permeate other labor markets. So I think we should consider this very carefully and trying to expand social protection systems as much as we can. This is my opinion. Thank you, Christian, for your observations. So moving on to Maria Julia's comments.
Na realidade, o meu comentário é que eu não tenho
Well, in fact, my comment is that I have no comments. And so, Nadia and Leia, if you want to make use of my allotted time, you may. And I'd like to thank you for your observations. Thank you. I'm going to ask Luma for her help and ask Leia to take the floor.
Parce que switcher je suis pas rebondir sur la question de la dimension politique.
Sorry. This issue has political aspects.
Aussi politique de cette économie, des secteurs économiques qui sont aussi des acteurs politiques.
The issue is also economic in nature, besides being political. And I researched the Eiffel platform, as I said, in the spirit of a contribution to Elena and Nadia's project. And I really highlighted how these platforms attempt to exert influence on public policies and unfortunately, the booth says audio quality is very poor. Audio is cutting up, so it's quite difficult to interpret. Political systems and the way these platforms present themselves. Unfortunately, the audio quality is too poor for interpretation purposes.
Le nombre de profils inscrits et le nombre de travailleurs et de travailleuses effectifs sur ces plateformes. En fait, ce dont on se rend compte, c'est que, en tout cas, sur ces plateformes de services à domicile, il y a beaucoup d'inscrits, beaucoup d'inscrites, c'est pas d'élus.
In these online platforms for domestic workers, we can see that several people come on board, but very few are actually selected. There is a mass effort of coming on board the platform that has to do with profits. The issue of matches. And there's a difference, and we focused on this difference. Thank you. So I thank everyone, and we'll wrap up this panel with excellent debates. Thank you so much.
Não, eu tenho. Ah, esse da Amélia. Esse é o que eu estava falando. Eu peguei só o papelzinho que já estava aqui.
Tô ficando nervosa.
Recording stopped.
Não.
final session. So sit down, get your drinks, and it's been a long day, but a very productive and generative conversation throughout the first day, and we have two more days, two more full days. So thank you for coming from various places around the world. I want to thank Nadia and the Brazilian team for organizing this conference. I'd like to thank our tech people here for having to troubleshoot throughout the day, and to our translators as well. So it's a great pleasure of mine to introduce a very good friend. I've known Nancy for a very long time, and I can easily say Nancy needs no introduction, but that won't stop me. So here it is. So Nancy has a PhD in economics from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, and she has been there, and she's currently an emerita professor at UMass Amherst. And she's also the director of the Gender and Care Work Research Program at the Political Economy Institute at UMass Amherst, as well as a senior fellow at the Levi Economics Institute. Nancy is a recipient of many prestigious awards, including the MacArthur Foundation Fellowship, which in the US we call the Genius Grant, and well-deserved, and also recipient of many fellowships and grants, such as the National Science Foundation and the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. She's a member of the French government's Commission on the Measurement of Economic and Social Progress that was established in 2008 and chaired by Joseph Stiglitz. And she's served as a consultant at a range of international organizations, including the UN, the ILO, the Population Council, the International Center for Research, and she's a former president of the International Association for Feminist Economics. Nancy's has a very extensive publication record, appearing in many journals. Let me just name a few: Social Politics, the American Journal of Sociology, Social Indicators Research, and the Review of Political Economics and Cambridge Journal of Economics. She's also a former associate editor of the journal Feminist Economics. In addition to contributing more than 36 chapters to edited volumes, she is the editor and the author of many very influential books that we all know and have read, including Saving State U, Why We Must Fix Public Higher Education, Greed, Lust, and Gender, A History of Economic Ideas, Valuing Children, Rethinking the Economics of the Family, The Invisible Heart, Economics and Family Values. She's also a tireless public intellectual, and she has a blog called Care Talk. So highly recommended for you to follow Nancy on her blog. Her distinguished and widely renowned career aligns with the development of key theoretical concepts and ideas in the field that lies at the intersection of economics and gender studies. Her approach to political economy and feminist theory has brought to light and enabled the development of previously overlooked issues, while also conducting innovative research. Over time, she has refined an analytical perspective in which gender serves as a critical lens for challenging interpretive biases within the social sciences and for revealing the social and economic burdens disproportionately placed on women. And let me end by mentioning a very exciting funded by the Sloan Foundation. And let me just quote from their description. This research is aimed at improving the availability, accessibility and accuracy of data on the U.S. care economy, covering both paid and unpaid forms of childcare, elder care, housework, to demonstrate the value and feasibility of measuring these activities systematically and comprehensively. The project will yield far-reaching results that are applicable globally, and we've heard papers today with trying to do the same thing. So harmonizing data and looking and finding new ways to systematize data will be quite important. It's my great pleasure, as well as an honor, to introduce Nancy Fulbray and her talk, which is Accounting for Care, How to Change the Economic Scorecard. Nancy.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I feel like I'm on a spaceship that I'm not fully in control of here, but I want to say I deeply appreciate all of the determination and creativity involved in both all of the digital technology and also the simultaneous translation, and I think it's a great triumph for our effort to build a really strong international community studying care provision. So I'm happy to be here, at least here in space, if not in Sao Paulo. And I'm looking forward to telling you a little bit about what I see as kind of the big picture of the care economy from the vantage point of economics. So let me just share my screen, and I'll get started. So here's my theme for today. I want to talk about accounting for care, how to change the economic scorecard, and really to think about the presentation that I'm going to make is a way of translating some of our common concerns into a language that economists will be forced to pay attention to. So I want to persuade you that it's worth investing a certain amount of time and energy into thinking about the terminology of economic theory to turn it in a way against the mainstream and against the tendency to neglect the economic importance of care provision. Okay. I come at this from the perspective of what I refer to as intersectional political economy, that is trying to look at intersections and overlaps between gender and sexuality and age, race, class, citizenship, and to be appreciative of the way in which collective conflict enters into our understanding of care provision, but to also emphasize public goods and social cost-benefit analysis. Excuse me. So the terminology that economists use that I think is particularly useful comes from environmental economics and ecological economics, where merit goods are defined as goods and services that have some intrinsic value, like the rule of law or our conviction that the welfare of future generations is really important. Also, public goods, not just things that benefit the public, but goods and services that cannot be efficiently produced through market exchange because they're non-excludable, that is, one can get them without paying a price, and also they're non-rival, that is, your consumption doesn't reduce the consumption of others. And another important part of this vocabulary is the concept of an externality, a side effect or a spillover that's external to the market. Externalities can be positive, externalities can be negative. Among our most important and general public goods are our natural environment and our social environment, both of which are being very seriously depleted and also destabilized by the unregulated capitalist marketplace. And this is why it is so crucial to visibilize the costs and the underlying threat to sustainable economic development. So social cost benefit analysis can be risky if it's market-centric, that is, if it's implemented only in dollar terms, like, for instance, putting a value on human life based on lifetime earnings or willingness to pay. I think it can have very perverse effects. So we have to use it cautiously and creatively, and use it instead to estimate hidden costs and hidden benefits that affect our ability to produce and protect public goods. And I think if we use it this way, it can help us build successful political coalitions to provide more public support for both family care and community care and public care, and to regulate the process of relying on market provision for some aspects of care provision. So there's a classic picture that I have used for years. It appeared on a cover of a book I wrote in the 1990s, and I think it's pretty widely circulated. And it's kind of an outgrowth of the Marxian tradition of looking at social reproduction. And what I like about this image is that it puts the factory in the background and puts the process of replenishing the workforce that is powering that factory into the foreground. So the words are pretty clear. Capitalism also depends on domestic labor. So I think it's a very important picture, but I also want to emphasize that it's incomplete and it's slightly misleading. First of all, it only kind of pictures the factory and the home without really looking at the state or the community. Secondly, it's treating all the caregivers are kind of uniform in an assembly line. There are no differences in their faces and their color and their characteristics. It's kind of a uniform labor force. There's no way to look at divisions based on class or race or age or sexuality in the picture. And so my goal is to build on this picture and to expand it, to think a little bit not just about the dynamics of social reproduction under capitalism, but also about collective conflicts over the distribution of the costs of care provision that extend beyond purely class differences. So care provision is a really important economic achievement that's been historically undervalued by the economics profession in particular, at the expense of women, particularly those in groups that are disempowered by their race, ethnicity, citizenship, or class. But employers are not the only beneficiaries. So what I'm going to rely on in telling you this story is a definition of care provision as the production, the development, and the maintenance of human capabilities. This is a vocabulary that builds on the work of Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum, who treat the attainment of human capabilities as a measure of social justice. But it directs attention toward the actual process of producing and developing and maintaining these really important capabilities. So from an economic perspective, this process has inputs, and the inputs are not just time. The inputs also include money and effort and empathy and person-specific skills that are really important for determining both the costs and the outcomes. And then there are outputs that you could think of also as outcomes, the individual capabilities and the social capabilities that are embodied in persons and groups. An example of a really important social capability would be the ability to cooperate, to collaborate with others in making decisions, particularly about the development and the protection of public goods. So I'm going to refer to the care sector as the sector of the economy that includes both unpaid work, transfers and gifts in families and communities, for-profit provision of health, education, and social services, and also state subsidy or provision of health, education, and social services. This is kind of an economic formulation of what is sometimes called the care diamond, with 4 different sites, and looking at these sites as being very much involved in kind of synergies and intersections and processes that are generating the care provision, the capabilities that are the outcomes that we value. So often in the care diamond, there are slightly different names given to the sites. Households might be referred to as families. Here I'm referring to firms as for-profit firms and putting not-for-profit organizations as part of the community. But I think you see the point here that these sites are very different, but they're also working together in ways that we really need to try to understand. So I want to make 4 really big claims about this process of understanding the care sector, and then I'll move to a more specific issue of measurement and measurement problems and issues that we need to solve. So my first claim is this, that human capabilities, which include but are not limited to what economists call human capital. Human capital is usually treated as something that increases earnings in the market, but I'm talking about something that's bigger than that, that includes capabilities of intrinsic value, capabilities that are valuable outside the market, capabilities that are really important to the production of public goods, and capabilities themselves as public goods that yield very broad social benefits. They're crucial to the market economy, and they're also crucial to the social climate. They reduce social costs, and they encourage cooperation. So human capabilities as a public good have some intrinsic value. They can't be reduced to the cost of the inputs into them or the value that they create. There's some things that we decide collectively we want to defend and respect for intrinsic reasons. They don't just benefit the care recipient, they benefit everyone who will come in contact with that person, their employers, fellow family members, neighbors, fellow citizens. We should think of them as investment, not as consumption. We should refer to them as having a multiplier effect. If you care for someone well, they are more likely to care for someone else in turn. And I think the analogy between the social climate and a natural climate is a really crucial one that enables a kind of affinity with ecological economics and a coalition around the defense and protection of public goods. So, instead of treating labor as an input into gross domestic product, as most economic models do, we should turn the picture around and treat gross domestic product as an input into the production, development, and maintenance of human capabilities. Obviously, gross domestic product is important for that very reason, but it shouldn't be our end goal. It shouldn't be our measure of success. It shouldn't be our scorecard, because the things that we really care about are the human capabilities that are being produced or being cared for or being generated by this process of care provision. So I think the way to bring people around to this point of view is to move beyond just valuing the inputs of time and money, which is what a lot of research to date has done, but also to look at the value of the resulting outputs and social outcomes. And this means expanding the scope of social cost-benefit analysis beyond monetary values. And in trying to understand this process, we want to look very carefully at the way income inequality and complex forms of collective conflict account for a lot of our difficulties in developing an equitable and efficient care system, and we need to emphasize the ways in which these forms of conflict are imposing really significant social costs that are reducing the benefits that we would otherwise derive from care provision. So this is a perspective that fits, I think, in a very central way into the literature on what's called the crisis of care. And it's a global crisis. It's very much a reflection of very complicated processes of economic transformation. At one point in time, patriarchal institutions guaranteed a pretty generous supply of care, but very much at the expense of women, particularly women in disempowered groups. Capitalist development, capitalist institutions weakened patriarchal institutions, in some ways creating more space for women to bargain for more political and economic rights. But at the same time, those same institutions provide very inadequate support for care provision because it's not a private good and its economic benefits are really hard to individually capture. So, we have a phrase in English, I'm not sure that this will translate well, but we are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. That is, we're caught between really authoritarian relationships that basically forced women to over-specialize in care provision, and a really cold, impersonal, market-driven environment that basically doesn't reward or respect care provision at all and is equally catastrophic and problematic. So just let's take a little brief look at some of the measurement issues that come into play here, which I think really require an interdisciplinary effort to challenge the way the economics profession continues to think in excessively narrow terms. So I'm going to ask three questions. What's wrong with conventional economic accounting frameworks? What's improved? What gains have we made and what still needs improvement? And how can we help prioritize more equitable and efficient forms of care provision? And I want you to keep in mind that accounting is not just about numbers. Accounting is also about a story. It's about an account of how we came to be here. It's about an account of where we want to go. But we can use numbers to our advantage in telling this story. So on the national level, as I'm sure you realize, all of us tend to use gross domestic product, or what we call in English GDP, as our primary scorecard for success. Are we growing? Are we growing fast enough? Are we going to stop growing? This is the main preoccupation of debates about economic development on the global level. And it's what we often hear about on the evening news.
E é isso que a gente ouve como comentário no Jornal da Noite. E online também. Mas, gente, é uma questão crítica na teoria macroeconômica, é entender que o PIB falha inteiramente na mensuração de várias coisas. Por exemplo, o valor do trabalho não pago, a destruição, a depressão e a desestabilização de bens naturais e serviços ecológicos, custos sociais como níveis de suicídio, como drogadição, como alcoolismo.
Fully account for the value of public government spending on health and education, treat these as consumption rather than investment. GDP doesn't look at all at the distribution of income and wealth, who's gaining the benefits from growth, and it doesn't make any effort to assess measures of unmet need, like how many people are not getting the food, the housing, or the social services that they require. On the household level, we often rely on market income as a measure of standard of living. This is also really misleading. It ignores the contribution of unpaid family work. It ignores the value of intra-family transfers, such as gifts and bequests, which are obviously very unequally distributed in every economy in the world. It doesn't fully account for the cost of caring for dependents. The equivalent scales that are used to control for differences in household composition across households with different structures put very little weight on the needs of children or the elderly or the sick or the disabled. And as a result, they tend to overstate the standard of living of families or households that are taking care of dependents. Household market income typically ignores the value of access to public services like health, education, opportunities for leisure. It ignores levels of physical and mental health and subjective well-being, and it also leaves out the value of access to a stable climate and a sustainable environment. So, we've made a lot of gains in our efforts to add more detail to the scorecard. We now have, in many countries, nationally representative time use surveys. We have developed methods of assigning a market value to these non-market services using concepts like replacement cost, opportunity cost, and output valuation. In many countries, we've constructed quote-unquote satellite accounts that allow for estimates of extended GDP, extended gross domestic product, that is, taking the value of all the goods and services bought and sold and adding in the imputed value of non-market production. We also have some estimates of the effect of non-market work on household living standards and the distribution of extended income on the household level. That is looking at the market income of households plus the imputed value of non-market work. But the ways in which we impute this value are almost entirely limited to valuing the inputs. What's the value of the money that goes into it or the time that goes into it, rather than looking at the outcomes or outputs, which are reflected in measures of social well-being. And that's why we need to bring social well-being into the picture. So we have a lot of ways of talking about social indicators. And I'm sure that many of you are familiar with some of these. The Human Development Index that was developed by the United Nations was one of the first efforts to look beyond gross domestic product as a measure of success. The Sustainable Development Indicators that the UN has developed are represent a kind of dashboard approach to looking at social well-being. There has been a lot of interest in countries in developing something called a Genuine Progress Index that tries to add in not just the value of unpaid work, also the depletion or the disruption of ecological services and natural assets. And I think there's scope to expand the Genuine Progress Index to include many more indicators of our success in developing individual and social capabilities. Even the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, has a Better Life Index that is meant to really kind of consider the quality of life, because I think there's a growing appreciation of this juncture between the way people feel about their lives and the level of market production or gross domestic product in a country. And I think this is partly as a result of very important empirical research on subjective well-being, looking at how people rate their happiness, how people rate the meaningfulness of their life, how people looking back rate their overall life satisfaction. What we see is that income has an effect on all of these measures, but it's not nearly as strong or as critical as we've been led to believe by traditional economic theory. And we also have developed many, many measures of inequality that go beyond the traditional focus on market income alone. And I think these are also really important to the overall picture that we want to develop. So another area where I think we've made some progress is looking at public finance. Look at the budget of a country. How much of it is devoted to care provision? Is public spending and public taxes affecting men and women differently, rich and poor differently, people of different racial ethnic groups differently? How can we track its fiscal impact? There's a growing literature on children as fiscal public goods, which basically means that when children grow up to become taxpayers, they generate benefits for a lot of people other than their parents. And if you credit their parents with the future tax revenues that their children are going to generate, you get a sense in monetary terms of what the economic contribution of raising children is. That's not the only contribution, but it's one that economists should pay attention to and have pretty much until recently largely ignored. And of course, another issue that comes into play is the long-run impacts of below replacement fertility and the importance of immigration as a way of coping with very different demographic trends in different parts of the world. So I also want to emphasize that we've made really big gains thinking about what I would call causal linkages on the individual level, like looking at the motherhood penalty in paid employment, how it differs by class and race, and what the motherhood penalty is. What do we have children lose in terms of lifetime things as a result of the time that they take out of the labor force to devote to family care, as a result of the discrimination they face from employers as a result of being mothers. And this empirical research has been supplemented, really expanded also by looking at the penalty that individuals employed in care services experience compared to comparable workers in non-care jobs. So, in general, if you look in several different countries, I don't know of an analysis that has been done for Brazil or for other American countries, but studies of both the United Kingdom and the United States show that workers with the same levels or very similar levels of education and experience earn far more in business services than they do in education or health or social services. And the reason for that is pretty clear. It's difficult to privately capture benefits of that work, especially compared to the private benefits of generating something that's in high demand in the capitalist marketplace. We also know a lot now about the lifetime cost of raising children or caring for other dependents, and how these costs are distributed between mothers and fathers, but also between parents and other people. And all of these costs and benefits have very big implications for the social reproduction of inequality over time. They affect the economic mobility of children and their chances for achieving a better, higher standard of living than their parents do. We also have a lot of economic literature now, economic research on the positive impacts of social spending. This is something that Diane Elson and many other feminist economists have been working on for decades, showing that austerity and budget cuts in social spending increase burdens on women, increase care penalties, increase motherhood penalties. The economic historian Peter Lindert, very, very detailed economic history of European countries showing that social spending is not a drag on economic growth. I'm a particular fan of a book by David Stuckler and Sanjay Basu called The Body Economic, showing that countries that adopted very strict austerity programs during the last Great Recession in 2008, their effects showed a much higher mortality in the countries where extreme austerity programs were implemented. So there was a very clear cost in lives lost as a result of austerity. Wilkinson and Pickett have done extensive empirical research on how greater equality provides social benefits, especially in the form of reduced economic stress and improved health. And economists, including Escuelas, have shown that inequality is not just a result of this process, but it's often a phenomenon that blocks effective cooperation. So we sometimes think that inequality is simply the result of economic policies, but inequality is also a cause of economic policies. The greater the level of inequality, the less likely people are to cooperate in developing effective systems of care provision. And I think that circular causality is really important to understand. So, quite to summarize, some research economists have done that I think works to strengthen our case for more public recognition and support for care provision. But there are also some really important priorities for improvement. We really need to improve the design and harmonization of time use surveys. These are the surveys that allow us to determine how much time people spend in unpaid work and to assign a market value to it. That market value is only estimate is politically useful in calling attention to the economic contribution that it's making, what it would cost, essentially, if that were withdrawn, if caregivers were on strike. What would it cost to replace them? So time-use surveys are really key, but the accuracy of time-use surveys becomes especially important. And while Latin American countries have done a really great job implementing surveys, and in many ways I think are better at capturing some of the aspects of care provision than surveys based on time diaries. They're very limited because they're based on stylized questions. That is, simply ask people, how much time did you spend caring for children last week? How much time did you spend doing housework last week? How much time did you spend in paid employment last week? And when people answer these questions, the questions don't invite consideration of overlaps. So the answers add up to far more than 24 hours in the day. So you don't really get an estimate of what an hour of unpaid work is standing alone. You get an estimate of a whole lot of overlapping activities that are not constrained by the 24 hours in a day. And that makes it more difficult to use these surveys to impute a value, impute a lower bound estimate of the market value of unpaid work. Another thing that we could do that's a really important priority is to move away from just looking at the cost of the inputs, that is, how much time goes into unpaid care, or how much money goes into raising children or caring for the elderly, and supplement those input valuations with the output and outcome valuations that come from social indicators. And this is why the social indicators are really important. They make visible the public good aspects of care provision. And whatever we can do as social scientists to demonstrate the causal links between better care provision and these social indicators, I think the way we'll be able to strengthen political coalitions in support of care. So I'm just going to conclude with a couple of examples of recent research on Latin America that kind of falls into this category. The first is a study by Ortiz et al. On women's empowerment and infant mortality in Latin America, evidence from 286 cities. I think it's a very powerful piece because it reveals this causal linkage. If you give women more access to income and to economic independence, they use that to a very large extent to improve conditions for children and reduce infant mortality. And that is a really important contribution, not just to human capabilities, but to the overall efficiency of the economic system. You know, to have a child, to put time and money and effort into a child, infant or child, only to have it die is an incredible loss, incredible waste of human resources that really needs to be kind of brought into the purview of economic theory. And another article by Pascale et al. Estimating the effect of socioeconomic factors on infant mortality rates. Infant mortality rates are prominent in this literature because they are measured, and there is a lot of concern about infant mortality rates. But it can be expanded to measures of adult health and adult social well-being. So, excuse me, we have all these scorecards, but there's so many different scorecards, it's difficult to coordinate research that is exploring them. So we should really try to build consensus around what we think is the best scorecard of capabilities, not just life expectancy, but also physical and mental health, educational attainment, leisure time, subjective well-being. We also need to really begin to systematically tally social costs, such as crime, suicide, unemployment, drug addiction, homelessness, and war. And we don't have to just look at those social costs in dollar terms. Yes, some of them we can put a dollar on, but some of those social costs are intrinsic losses. They're the destruction of merit goods. They're wastes that many of us agree really should be avoided, in fact, at all costs. So, in my view, good care provision by families and business and government would show very big positive results on this scorecard. It would be a better measure of its value. So, I want to emphasize this is an approach that has a lot of similarities with environmental accounting. There are satellite accounts for unpriced resources and ecological services. These are based partly on replacement cost, like what would it cost to pollinate crops without the assistance of bees and other insects? Believe me, it would cost a fortune. But they also include physical measures that are not reducible to dollar values, just monitoring changes in average temperature, the incidence of extreme weather events, the extinction of species, et cetera, et cetera. So more collaboration with environmental economics could be a really important priority as well. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to promote this very international and very interdisciplinary research agenda. And I'm looking forward to any comments or questions that you might have. It may take me a minute to extricate myself here and get back to the streaming YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy, for this wonderful way to end our first day, but we're not done yet because we do have time for some Q&A.
Ainda não acabamos.
With a new lens to think about the economy and scorecards, looking at and emphasizing the social costs and the social benefits, and using as her centerpiece human capabilities. So I think this is very generative for the work that we are doing in the project and then going forward. So let's take some questions from the audience. Any questions, comments? Oh, Nadia, did you have a question? Oh, okay. So Nadia. Okay, we have a question over here as well.
Não é exatamente uma questão.
It's not necessarily a question. It's not exactly a question, but it's more like a comment. I think, Nancy, that what you actually propose to us right now is more than broadening the approach of the case studies as we have been trying to conduct them so far, but it's thinking similarly to the contemporary economic thought. To which extent can we find similarities between thinking the economy of care and thinking the economy of the environment? Is it possible to intersect concepts, exchange concepts between one challenge and another. I think it's very interesting to think on how the economic measurement can also must be broadened to include the care for the environment and the care for the economy of care, and thinking of how the economic reflection on the environment and sustainability can also be thought from this other perspective of social reproduction. This is an interconnection challenge because I think the economy of care thinks inwards. And you're proposing broadening or turning outwards to intersect the economy of care with other economic theories and measurements. And in other words, it's possible to think social reproduction in a broader way, where care is one element, but not the only element. That's what really carried me away in what you said.
Hi, Nancy. Obrigada por sua extraordinária
Hi, Nancy. Thank you for your extraordinary systematization, which is very precise. Excuse me.
Desculpa, eu tive que interromper.
Sorry, I had to interrupt what I was saying. I think it's a wonderful systematization of all the progresses that we systematized with very poor measurements such as GDP. And although we have so many efforts and the literature that we've built up for the last 20 or 30 years, we haven't been able to redefine even the heterodox field. We weren't able to redefine this ability of being efficient to implement methodologies that already exist and can bring us clarity from the strategic point of view. I think we haven't been able to implement that as a general rule. It's very limited so far. Some people use some different proposals and some people don't, but right now in this current scenario where we are experiencing great violence from the point of view of the loss of rights and the weakening of the democratic field and the financial logics of capitalism, where accounting is even more fictitious because we're speaking more and more about future values that are being brought to the present income. How can we have political power in a scenario that's so fragmented politically to implement that which is already available to us, as you beautifully showed us?
One more question and then we'll let Nancy respond.
Bueno, buenas noches, Nancy. Un gusto volvernos a ver después de mucho tiempo.
Good evening, Nancy. It's a great pleasure to see you after so long. I'm Laura Baltassi from Argentina. I'm totally aligned with the work you shared with us. But in terms of measurement, at least in this colloquium, we are working from the point of view of rights. From the point of view of human rights, we have a measurement of obligations, which are the indicators of progress, which were used for monitoring the the deployment of some instruments of human rights. such as the ones that were proposed in the for against violence that was implemented in Belém that were talked about in Belém do Pará. We are talking about some public goods that are connected to the state obligations. If they are public goods, it's an issue of rights. But if it's a care which is distributed, it can be distributed fairly or unfairly. And I believe in this debate, and tomorrow we will continue discussing this. Let's think from this point of view. The public goods can also be state obligations. And we have another issue in the region of Latin America, and we've been working on this category of rights, which establishes a dialogue from the point of view with this category of rights. And I thank you for your presentation to conclude.
Our actual final question from Simone.
I'm a bit shy to speak, so I will speak very quickly, but I couldn't resist it. Nadia said she was carried away by some things, but you were talking about an agenda of demographics. At least you were speaking about the agenda of demographics in Brazil. So the agenda of care and the agenda of demography, such as fertility rates, for instance, that is a great challenge. The weight of aging from a fiscal point of view, and that is on the shoulder of a generation of young people who haven't been cared for in order to bear all this weight of this huge dependence by the elderly, which is a lot more serious than the dependence that children have on the adults and the workforce. And not by chance, when you were teaching demography at UFMG, you were quoted, by the way, at that course for demography, talking about the life cycle of people. One of our students is, I think, studying with you, and I'm very proud of that.
Oh, we have one. We have yet another one. Okay, Javier. Okay, last one. Okay.
Gracias. Bueno, es un gusto estar.
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be with you, Nancy. Tomorrow we are going to discuss the care systems in public policies. In the academy, there is a consensus on the definition of care, which is very broad in the sense that it has to do with the reproduction of life and its surrounding. Your presentation, as mentioned by Nadia, it drives us to talk about care in this very broad way, which has to do with the care not only of human life, but life in all its expressions, which is a vision that breaks up with anthropocentric view, with the anthropocentric view. In terms of public policies, when we talk about politics and the care systems, we are limited to the care for people who have some kind of dependency. That means the policies of care, the concept of care goes beyond the specific policies for care. In other words, care, such as feminism, encompasses all the aspects of life, both human life and non-human life. And that's the feminist proposal we will have in various places. So the care for the environment, the care for the cities, that involves urban policies for signs, traffic, etc. I would like to have your opinion about this idea, because to define the public policy for care, you must have a very specific definition. How can we talk to the people about policies for housing, the environment, etc.? How can we convey that to be clearer in terms of the actions? Thank you.
Thank you for all of your very interesting questions. And now, Nancy, I hope you were able to get the translations of the questions, and the floor is yours. Or I guess you're in space, so wherever the floor is in space.
About this idea, because to define the public policy of care, you must have a very specific etc. How can we convey that to
Very interesting questions. And let's close it. I should just close it. You were able to get the translation of the your space. So wherever the floor is. Us.
Okay, I just closed the YouTube thing. So is that out?
Because to define the policy of
Is it gone now? I just had a bunch of windows open and I just got confused. Thank you very much. It was this really interesting tapestry of comments and questions that was kind of mixed between English and Spanish, and in terms of this environment. It's actually kind of a metaphor for trying to better understand the care economy. And let me just say, I think that there was one question about the connection between that I was trying to make between thinking about accounting for care and accounting for the environment. And I think there's some really good articles in environmental, in ecological economics. And there's a really great book by Fiora Mente called Gross Domestic Problem, which is, I think, a really good critique of gross domestic product. one pointed critique, and many of the others that are out there. And really, what can I say? Just really happy to stay in touch with people about these issues moving forward. You should feel free to email me. I'll be interested to hear what comes of the session about public policy things tomorrow. And just thank you very much for being so aware and so interested and so committed to this larger project. And I really appreciate it.
Nadia, would you like to tell us what we're doing for tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Amanhã a gente mantém, a gente espera manter.
Tomorrow we hope we will be on time and on our schedule. We will pray to all saints and we will change the place of the flowers so that we won't have any problems with the internet support. That's the joke made based on what happened before. Some people are staying at the hotel and your buses will be on time, and I hope to see you on time, which is 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Nancy's still there. Bye, Nancy. Thank you.
You can't see us, I don't think. Okay.
Obrigada e até amanhã. Bom descanso.
Recording stopped.